Hello, everyone, and welcome to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Last we left off, the Lucky Sevens had finished off the nest of illithids and the source of their sort of communication, the the thing that seemed to control everything. A giant brain mass, as it looked, that attempted to escape to its chambers, but however was not successful in evading the Lucky Sevens and their desire to put an end to this nest. Upon doing so, going back to the Queen, the matron of the Drow, to inform them of their recent dispatchment of the illithids, that the nest was clear, there were no other real survivors aside from Alira and Kaz, and thus to pay the Lucky Sevens for their contribution to her city, the matron teleported the Lucky Sevens with their new companions, Kaz and Alira, to an outpost rather far from the city. An outpost that, upon their arrival, they would realize is possibly a first warning sign towards any other natural dangers that might lurk in these mountains. No longer in the Underdark, per se, now just beneath the surface of the mountains. That is where they find themselves. Heading back upwards towards the Obsidian Peak, the tallest mountain of the Moonstone Mountains, an active volcano. That is where they're headed. And so, upon arriving, the barracks that the couple of drow guards use, along with the hot spring bath that's nearby, gives them an opportunity to clean up, get some rest, and feel relatively safe amongst the other drow around them. And so, that's where we see the Lucky Sevens. So, it is a new quote-unquote morning for you. You've really only slept a couple of times since entering the mountains, but it feels like, according to the tools and the mapping abilities of Lagon, it seems like you might be relatively close to your destination. But there's a threat that a Rimmeraz might be lurking nearby. So, Lucky Sevens, as you prepare your quote-unquote morning rituals, as it is still very dark in these underground tunnels, what do you do next? Yes, you have the ability to long rest that you can proceed with now and be waking up, or had to do something beforehand. That's up to you. But you will get your long rest. That is, I'm not going to interrupt that.
doesn't change too much. When she's able to end up moving about, by the time she ends up grunting to the others, she walks to the outpost and places her hand using druidcraft upon the exit gate of the camp, leaving beside a small marking in Druidic, the morning of Ramoras, locally seen, allowing eh, allowing others to end up knowing the potential hazards of the location.
All right. And strangely enough, Kinwin, when you see that Alira is using a cantrip similar but different to what you know as Druidcraft, and is inscribing something uh, into the rock with the growths that she's producing, the more mosses, molds, things of that sort, and kind of making some familiar signs to you, signs that you would find very familiar, as you also can understand Druidic. Almost like it's a universal language between the two of you now.
So, what exactly did you say in Druidic?
It's a warning against the remoras that may be lurking.
There seems to be Lamoras in the area.
Anyone who wants to can make a nature check.
I will certainly do so.
I'm good at nature.
Yeah,
Not my
sure.
definitely, ironically, not my strong suit.
27.
I rolled a 3.
Well, you already know what remoras are,
Okay.
Lalira.
Yeah,
You're very familiar with them
this
already.
is about okay.
18.
Of course, I have it at using roll 20.
19.
Did Arya and Kaz want to make a nature check or no?
I got a
I ain't-
12.
I ain't got nature, hun. I got like 0 bonuses on nature.
You can roll it if you
And
want
I
to.
think Arya is pretty much just done with the tunnels in general.
She's very much
Fair.
done. But yeah, Kaz. Maybe you're not familiar with them by name, but maybe as conversation goes on and the others kind of let you know what they know about Remoraz, that the person who probably knows the most about them is Kinwin, and he, for whatever reason, is familiar with a mountain dwelling monstrosity of a very, very large size. It kind of looks um, like a very long sort of centipede, if if a comparison was to be drawn. But then it has this sort of head and neck that kind of fans out, almost like a cobra would, and kind of compares them to a mixture of both, where it's sort of like a snake and it's sort of like an insect, but it feeds on medium-sized creatures and smaller. That it easily can take him a creature as big as a Lagon and swallow it whole. And upon kind of just conversing back and forth about this, that the that you get the sense that if the Remoraz are around, that means that there's the possibility that there's an egg nest nearby, and they're gathering food or feeding themselves or something to that effect, that they've kind of taken up residence in the area. And if they have, well, they burrow very deeply into the ground, and if they do manage to do that with something in their mouth, then it's likely that following it is going to lead to more dangers. So, in Kinwin's opinion, best to simply avoid them if at all possible. But they can sense movement through rock. He's done a lot of reading on these particular creatures. Probably because they look cool. But always better safe than sorry. So, in kind of talking back and forth, you are all now sort of aware of what you might be facing in the near future. If you can manage to avoid it, then all the power to you. But there is the possibility it will know you're there.
Vicious, nasty creatures. Do we know if the sightings are in the way that we're needing to exit? Trophy?
They haven't. You haven't really had a deep conversation about it with the guards from the outpost. They just said they're about, and that's really all that was said before you guys turned in for sleep.
Okay.
And they were speaking in Undercommon, so Alira was the one kind of conveying that information.
So, for daily rituals and to complete them for now, aid for Arya, Kenwin, and Alira.
Okay.
5 to your current and hit point max for the next 8 hours.
Well, thank you.
Build back up to that for the duration.
Yep, current and max hit points are now up by 5 for the 3 of you for 8 hours.
And then, because this makes things so much easier, I'm going to cast Tongues on Alira.
Okay. So no matter what anybody else is speaking, Alira can understand it.
And we can understand her.
Yep. And you can understand her.
I am so confused. Oh, all right.
So for
Well,
at
I
least an
appreciate
hour.
it.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much for... or, thank you very much for the boon. I have to admit, we still have a long ways to go before we end up even starting to approach the surface world. Even then, I have no idea what it is that you'll find, or what you what you hope to find when you arrive. Unfortunately, our time, limited as it's been, has not given us much time to understand what your objectives are in this. So I I wish to do is understand what it is that's above ground.
Hmm. And in other parts of these mountains, I would have said my people, but that is not so anymore. Currently, we are looking for Kinwin's people in the Obsidian Peak.
Obsidian Peak.
Mountaintop.
Heard of those?
We are currently under where we need to be. Well, pretty much have been this entire time.
To what end?
Avoiding the snows so that we do not get trapped in the passes should they hit earlier than normal.
You keep seeing her do this. Every time you end up saying something, she tries to replicate the word as she hears it. You say, well, we are understanding one another. We're not speaking the same language. A lot of flubbed pronunciations and what have you.
Mm.
The way forward may end up proving difficult as Ramora's eat a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they can certainly try.
He's been, Lagan tilts his head and scratches the side of his head for a minute. 26 years or so since I last saw.
It's quite a while. Don't think I've ever seen one ever.
Common creature of the mountains that, well, yes, they eat. And they eat a lot. If they're active around here, I don't want to run into one, but if we do, kill it.
Honestly, after everything that we have seen, I'm quite comfortable with the idea of not interacting with any other creature down here again.
I'm in agreement with that.
I'm, I suppose I do have something of a bit of a question. Alira, what we're trying to do is, of course, cross the mountains and get to the surface again, but it seems like there's a lot of, I guess, mystery to what the surface looks like for you and your people. Is it because it's been difficult to get there? Are your people not allowed to?
It is a story. One that would, the whole of it, we would hear during the Festival of the Quaking Waters, which would take many rivers, years. In a short version of it, I suppose. In a time of giants and dragons, it was said on a conflict so terrible that it scorched the land into glass, that rivers of molten rock would end up flowing. The greatest of keeps would crumble to dust and be scattered to the winds. That when we heard the trembling of the earth, that was the conflict still raging above. That you could see a sky illuminate with black, with the blues to blacks, scattering of glowing dust in the air, and that it would swallow you whole. And this is where they fought, bringing nothing but ruin. When my people went to ground, we did so knowing that in the earth, in her bosom would keep us safe. To go above was to invite yourself into a conflict with immortal beings who would continue to rage on. To us, the surface is a death sentence. The very notion that you arrived is thrown that to question. And yet, if such things have transpired as you all have said, then that assessment may still prove accurate, just not in the way of stories told.
See. But I guess it seems like there is still more than just warring gods, dragons, and giants up there. There's a lot more now. In fact, that time's long past. But
we below have very long memories.
it's still a lot of time to not check.
What is a long time to you?
Between now and the last time I closed my eyes. So I guess it is a long time. But only for me.
And now you have understanding. You all move so quick. Still, that is a different conversation. At this exact moment, I I'm still in awe as I look about. I now have stepped into a world of fairy tales. I walk between a giant and a dragon. I walk with a thing of white. I walk with things that have never known anything other than the surface. Curiosity. Thing I'd not thought possible. And if I were to hear the tale from another, I would think they have gone mad. Perhaps I have. Perhaps this is the effect of my mind being consumed in its last moments. A curious notion.
Mom. I don't think we've gone mad yet.
I'm the only one that needs to go mad to see dragons and giants.
It's about that time that a couple of the guards come in with a looks like a stew pot. Seems very warm. Seems like they're Alira. They kind of announced to you in Undercommon that that they brought breakfast. It is a stew of some kind of underground critters that you would find very tasty and the rest would find very odd.
Oh.
Alira here opens up the top, and despite the heat, perhaps you all perceived it was cooked. No. Still, something tries to end up wriggling its way out, though it twitches. Perhaps it's the heat that doesn't allow it the strength to be able to end up crawling out. Quickly before it gets cold, she pours it out. As you can see, something multi-legged starts to end up sliming upon the plate before she grabs hold of it and eats it whole. Almost like spaghetti trying to force its way, screaming no.
What is proper table etiquette here?
You're among soldiers. Time for etiquette is a rare commodity. Still. This is the best part. This is Ugla. She offers a piece to you. And this appears to be some form of worm. Maybe the thickness of your finger with several bright blue spots upon it.
Is it still wiggling?
Very much so.
Arya just resolves herself. Like, you can see the at first, but she goes ahead and tries it regardless.
Make
and
a
like
Constitution
it's just
save.
Constitution save.
Yep. Let's see if
Oh,
you can
God.
actually stomach this thing.
She's trying so hard. 14, 18 total.
Okay. You resolve yourself, you steel yourself for the really strange feelings that you're going to experience now, because you have dined on the exquisite and on, regular food that Kurobe's prepared. You have not eaten something live like this before in your entire existence. But you steel yourself. It goes down and it wiggles. But it goes down, and the taste of it is actually kind of good.
as a note to both Alira and Aria, they just see cars just reach in, grab one, and well, not so much different to mealworms.
Just the alligator snap.
Lagan will grab a handful, like they're bananas, and just start eating.
I would like everyone partaking in this meal to make a Constitution saving throw, except for Alira.
Alright. That's gonna be...
Okay.
Oh, look, it's a flat roll.
Aria's just
10.
going to go over
21.
to.
17.
Okay.
22.
Okay.
Many things in the Underdark are used to cold and dark natures. When you heat them, it makes them lethargic, enough to end up eating. Hence, we end up preparing it in a softly bit of more of a warmed pot to end up doing so. It ends up allowing to end up preserving the full flavor of the experience, while here being able to prevent it from spoiling.
What was Kinman's roll on that Constitution save?
10.
Barely able to throw these things even into your mouth, Kinwin.
Well, I'll give you this. Its insides taste like buttered porridge. I don't know how I feel about it still wiggling.
How do you hunt it?
Okay.
It's like a. It's like a buttery, desserty mealworm.
You're not helping.
Have you all never? Well, get them to Alira. But have you all never tried mealworms?
How do...
Especially. And Carl turns to Kinwin. Especially you, Kinwin?
Oh my
You've
god.
never had mealworms?
You can get a whole meal from a single worm?
No,
Must be
you
near the
need
size of the
multiple
Mars
worms.
itself.
There are people,
Oh.
Kinwin, who love mealworms in your tribe. You barely can stomach them. You don't like the texture. You don't like the wiggling. You barely even recognize it as food. Based on that Constitution saving throw, you cannot. You're barely able to keep it together. You make faces. You make noises. You make ha. That sort of a noise as it goes down. Now you are able to actually eat them, but they do not feel or taste good to you.
Carl,
Not a
so
good
Carl,
experience for me.
you know, fair enough. But Alira, they call them mealworms because out in the wild, where you're not near civilization, they're a food source that can be readily found, very easy to forage and eat, very sustenance heavy. Worms that are suited to be a meal rather than a one being a whole meal.
They sound fantastic, she says as a half a centipede tries to crawl back out of her mouth, and she just...
Currently, give me that damn spice pouch.
Quite so, being
Yes, you do have the spice pouch from Kurobe, but Kurobe is not present.
No.
Oh, he isn't?
Nope.
Okay.
no.
No, he got
I
captured.
have. Lagan has the spices
Okay.
and stuff.
That's right.
Yeah, Kurobe got nabbed when he and Kinwin got separated.
Couldn't find him.
Well, I have the spice pouch, so we're gonna take the grubs, like random little running, wriggling bits, and Arya is just gonna sprinkle some salt or Cajun seasoning on them, and we'll she does, one of them just starts like
Yeah, in fact,
writhing and
it's
screaming.
once like a leech. So the second it does, the skin just kind of starts to molten, separate, and put this thing into horrible agonies. Oh, oh.
That was not the reaction I thought.
It's still
Our
making that
turn.
high-pitched
Before you eat it.
squeak of agony.
Oh,
How cruel!
I
Lagan is still just munching away on a handful of wriggling things.
Carl just turns to Ara and is just like.
thought it was going to be like fried crickets. I've had those before, and those are fine.
Fried crickets are quite nice. You would like those too, Alira.
But I think I've made a mistake, and
Now you should rectify that mistake.
yes.
Post haste.
And Arya's just gonna snap her fingers, and a little flame will light on it, and immediately just sizzles up, dies.
Oh no, it's spoiled.
That's not what I meant. Arya, that is not at all what I meant.
I'm so sorry. I will
He's-
eat things properly now. I promise. Perhaps
Perhaps try the ga.
do your people drink tea?
You know what? I'm going to try the gar. That's a very good idea, and he's gonna go ahead and try it.
Ga is best served live.
I'd now like to resign myself to the hallucinogenic mushroom tea, please and thank you. I'll take the penalty.
Sure, why not?
This is like chicken, but like wriggly, writhy, slimy chicken.
But really fresh. Like, you don't get much fresher than this.
I would agree.
You know, once you get past the wriggling, it's not too bad.
That's just a texture thing.
Kinwin has resorted to eating probably a dried ration by this point because he can't. He's just like.
Can't stomach it.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, and
Not
Alira's
good.
looking at him when he eating that and just seems like utterly horrified.
Because it's a dried, basically granola bar that he's eating.
Mm.
Ugh.
You know what? We tried some of your people's food. Why don't you try one of ours?
What do we have in our bag?
You have lots of raw meat. You have lots of veg. You have some rations like hardtack and granola bars.
Okay.
You have enough food to last you the rest of the trip.
God.
Lagan will take a small portion of the raw meat and take it out, and the veg to make something from our side of the existence for Alira.
And
For
she's
her
just
to try.
watching you like burn this and boil it, you know, and mangle this piece of like she's just looking at it like, thank God it's already dead, because this is horrifying.
Mm. Must have come from a very large creature because it's not even a whole thing.
Why? Why would you do this?
Why? Most of us on the surface do not eat live food.
You subsist on nothing but mushroom heads?
Looking at this, is this part of the sand dog, or have we gone through all of that by now?
You had a mix of sand dog and some other things, and so it could be what you want it to be.
This is a creature that, much like the Remoraz, roams the deserts attacks and eats unsuspecting travelers.
Yeah.
Commonly called sand dogs.
Oh, the sand dog meat.
Yeah.
You'll have to forgive us. It's a little bit on the gamey side.
No, it's in the bag of colding that helps preserve those things, so it's not gamey yet. It's probably getting closer.
It's a pretty tough meat anyway, but yeah.
It preserves good, though.
Really does.
Well, I suppose I'm rolling a con save.
Roll a con save. Can you actually stomach this?
I fought a
17,
sand dog
surprisingly.
Ooh. It's weird, but tasty. But it is weird. Just the fact that it doesn't try and jump around in your mouth is a little bit odd. But otherwise, it's edible. The vegetables have a kind of crispness to them that you actually kind of expected from the meat, but you get it from the vegetables instead. The weird sort of backwards.
It is. It is a very strange sort of backwards. And you can see when she eats it, she's like analyzing, sniffing up to her nose at a moment, and very much. I'm sure actually at this exact point, Arya would be the one who is the looking at Alira, almost mimicking the actions one for one, except for the follow through. Except for the follow through. That's the only. Oh my god, you can eat this. I don't understand this concept of burning the meat, but there it is.
It's not burnt. It's medium rare. There's a slight char on the outside, but it's a bit of like a sand dog stir fry with the vegetables.
Vegetables, oil, and spices. Yep, kind of all mixed together.
Yeah.
I fought a sand dog once.
How did that go for you?
I punched a hole in it.
Unfortunately, we no longer have the carapace.
No, we don't.
I believe we sold those to the armorer.
Out of character, isn't Kinwin wearing some of the sand dog carapace as part of his armor?
I believe some of it would have
Yes.
been. Yeah, to get him at the what are you wearing medium armor at this point, Kinwin, or are you still on light armor? Like studded leather or something?
Media.
You're on medium leather? You're on medium.
Yep.
So yeah, I think we considered it.
I don't have any of those carapaces listed in my inventory. I don't think I did wind up doing that.
Oh, but you're
Oh.
wearing medium armor that's made of it, though. That I think
Yeah.
think if you're mechanically wearing half plate, then yeah, we used the sand dog carapaces instead of metal.
Yes, because it
Okay.
went more with your being a druid and a natural source of armor.
Yeah, so he's wearing half plate made of sand dog. Sand dog.
Well, I mean-
carapace.
We didn't sell all of it. Kinwin's still got some, but he's using it. Why do I remember the logistics?
That's a good question.
Why do you remember?
Because that was Rune.
I don't quite know. Regardless, Lyra, is there a way that we can preserve your people's food for travel or such? I'm interested in trying again.
Quite easily. It can end up maintaining itself for 3 days without any preparation. 12 days if you offer enough moisture in the carrying case, and far longer if you know how to balance them out. After all, they do provide their own food source.
I see. All right. Let's try this then. And Arya will go through her equipment to see if she can find like an empty jar or something that she can use to create like a little, pull together this little, what are they called? Self-contained ecosystems inside the jars.
Yeah, like a terrarium.
Like,
Have one of mine.
yeah,
Terrarium.
terrarium.
Yeah. Have one of mine. She puts a small package down, and you can just kind of hear it like squish, kind of like a full paper bag of like wet, damp stuff.
Okay.
Hmm.
Thank you.
I was grateful enough to know that the Queen has allowed me to gain preparation for such a journey. I would be pleased to end up assisting you in whatever manner is required.
Well, we have 2 bags if you want to carry some of this with you.
Oh, no. I
Question first. No. Well, you saw Lagan pulling stuff out of one bag, and you see there's another one on him. Yes. Question: do they require air?
Everything requires air.
That's. Oh no! As long as I don't close it, I think that'll be okay. But if you want to bring this with us, we have one of 2 bags. I believe the cold would not be suitable for these things.
If you wanted to store them live, maybe.
Since that is how they are eaten, it would be preferable that they remain so.
Arya is just like slowly taking a spare cloths and things like that, including the bag that like Lyra gave her, and she's like slowly trying to knit together this little carrying bag for the grubs, making sure the opening is secure so they don't just wriggle out while they're traveling. She's trying so hard, but it's like still just this wet, gross.
Yeah, because room
bag
temp in
of-
these caverns has been somewhere around like 50 degrees
I
Fahrenheit.
imagine it is humid as all hell, like extraordinarily humid.
Given that there's a hot spring bath nearby, yeah, there's a little bit of that, but yeah,
Hot springs.
there is a hot
Yes.
spring. Yes, a hot spring bath.
Where we took baths.
I assumed
I missed
everyone
the
took-
hot spring episode.
There wasn't really an episode. It's just a single spring that's basically the size of a tub.
Oh,
That was
Just
either
one.
constructed here, where it was led up to from another source, or it naturally is just a very small sort of hot water.
that's fair.
Yeah.
Still, I still imagine it's quite humid in the general environment. So it's just like
It's a little cool, but it's not cold.
this is the
Oh.
most uncomfortable little nutsack I've ever had to hold in my life. All right, we're ready to go.
Lagan will make one, and instead of putting it in the bag of holding or colding, he will put it in his backpack.
Okay.
What do either of you, looking at Kaz and Alira, have any warmer clothes?
Not particularly.
No, because they came with the clothes that they have on them. That is not something you ask the queen about.
Up there, not much assessment to go off of. So the presumption of flowing magma, and if the dragons fighting, would just end up presuming it's very warm up there.
Currently, at this point, Lagan is
Winter.
bootless. But he rummages around in his backpack and he pulls out a pair of boots for when they get to the surface. And you can both see that it has a very nice fur lining on the inside. And a large, what is it, Sherpa style jacket and hood.
And
again, nicely fur lined.
And Kaz immediately gestures to Lagan to hand it to Alira.
And he will hand her both of these things for her to check them out. Oh, look, it's a dress. More like a tent.
Warmer clothing is something I am going to sort out eventually. However, given that we are likely to encounter some Ramaras, I might be able to fix that on my own. Kaz doesn't know a lot about Ramaras, but he knows one thing. They are hot. Very hot. Maybe because the last time he tried to punch one, it burned him. However, that also means their skin is a very good thermal insulator.
There is that. You could go hunting for one if you wanted. If you want to do that on purpose.
If I can find one on its own, then I'm a punch.
Let's see. Supposing we come out of the mountain closest to the city, or nearby the general exit of the valley, how far away is it from the exit of the valley to the city? Can we kind of triangulate our general distance?
You would know that there's a city at the base of the mountain. Let me pull up my map so that I can have a better description of this for you. Yeah, so the Garnet Keep is the large city at the base of the mountain, but you do know that the druids are supposedly nearer to the caldera, which is at the very top of the mountain. So their village would be anywhere between 50 and 100 miles up the mountain from Garnet Keep. So you don't know exactly where you are currently, but you know that's the distance that you would need to travel as far as a beeline goes. Now, how far up the mountain goes, well, it definitely reaches into the sky and doesn't really have a whole lot in the way of like vegetation and things like that at the very top. It's all kind of snow capped when it's not active. So there's that. Um, but as far as that goes, yeah, the nearest city to the top of the mountain is Garnet Keep at the base. And the druid village could be anywhere between there and the peak.
Oh dear. Then I guess that certainly settles it. We're going to have to figure out what we can get everyone to wear and make sure they're warm before we exit. To my understanding, I don't imagine that the winter near the caldera is very merciful.
At those heights, not at all. Howling winds, freezing temperatures, even in the daylight. Mountains tend to create their own weather.
And based on what you know about mountain living, Lagon, even in the mountain passes that you lived in, you know that with those kinds of freezing temperatures, it is safer to migrate if you're migrating like your tribe does, to travel up and down the mountain as the weather suits. With winter coming in, it's safe to assume that the tribe might be closer to the city this time of year, given how strong the weather gets. But start to climb back up the mountain when summer arrives.
Yeah. We don't necessarily have to go all the way to the caldera to find them. But if we are unable to find anything between here and where we exit, we may need to make a short stop in Garnet Keep to make sure we have what we need for Kaz and Alira, because even if we're only going halfway up the mountain, it's still going to get very cold. And yeah, I would not want to be caught out with nothing. It's a very unforgiving environment, and kind of similar to the desert. Will preserve things if they are left alone. Very different reasons for, but similar situations.
Understood.
All right. So what do you do next, Lucky Sevens?
I guess we must continue along the path.
Gonna get to the surface.
Yep. Gotta get to the surface.
I'd like to see the sun again, please.
I think we all would.
You would like to. You would like to. To be fair, I don't know how long you were tested, babe.
As we're getting started, Lagan pulls out his drift globe and turns it on. Otherwise, I can't see shit.
Me too.
Having no dark vision. That's an issue for a couple of members of the party now. But you start making your way. You, Alira, you give the proper goodbyes to those who have who have helped you at this outpost. They show you to the the exit from the outpost where it leads up towards the surface, where they suspect the Remoraz might be lurking around, and tell you that some of the paths get very narrow, some of them are very wide. So just be on watch about all of the different things to travel through mountain through tunnel passes, and give you a proper send off. And so, with the fact that Lagon has a compass to guide you to exactly where you're going, like to the direction that you're going, the getting lost in that sense is not going to be something that you run across, but getting lost in the sense of environmental hazards that might halt your path or things like that, I am going to need a survival check from someone.
I would like to cast guidance on whoever is leading that.
Okay.
I guess that'd probably be me then.
And I would like to offer a bardic inspiration. Same
Bardic
person.
inspiration and guidance, and Alira wants to head the survival check.
I just the imagery of both of us just being
a
like,
D6, and I have advantage if I understand this correctly.
No, guidance
No,
is a D4.
D4.
Guidance
Yep.
is a D4.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so you get a D20, a D6, and a D.
Well, we can be grateful for it then. Let's see here. That's 23.
23. Okay.
Means I rolled a 6 on my D6 or my D20,
Oh. Oh.
but I rolled a 4 and a 5 on the Bardic Inspiration and Guidance, and I have +8. So
Nice. Very good. We have a survivalist that even if they roll low, it's a pretty decent shot. So, in traveling through these tunnels, you recommend that everyone be very light of foot, as you know plenty about Remoraz and their ability to track their prey even through the ground. So that's your first recommendation. The other recommendation being that you maintain as quietly as possible. That they don't that it doesn't hear you through the rock. And so, with that being said, and that being Alira's recommendations, I do need stealth checks.
Cast without trace is getting cast.
Okay. So the whole party needs to roll stealth checks.
That's just a natural thing at this point. Alright.
17.
Ooh.
Nice. That's cacked. Okay.
23.
Do I even need to ask you, Kaz?
No.
30 for Vanya,
Oh.
and then Zephyr.
flat 20 for Arya.
Okay.
29 for Zephyr.
Nice.
37, if you want to know what the number was.
Where the fuck did Kaz go?
All right. What did
Yeah,
Alira get? Alira? What was your stealth check? You're muted too.
that would explain why. So you're looking for a stealth check, and that is at advantage because of...
No,
No,
it is
plus
plus
10.
10 as a result of.
I keep screwing up what that spell is. Good news. Good news. So when it comes down to stealth, we got +3, so that is 29.
Ooh, the lowest was a
Nice.
17. Hot damn. Hot
You had
damn.
a pass without trace for that, didn't you, Woden? Oh,
So it was
just
a
7.
7
Ouch.
plus 10.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well,
Yeah,
thankfully.
I rolled a 17, an 18 plus 9 plus 10, 18 plus 19, 37.
Yeah,
This
I
man.
had a 15 plus
Yeah.
5 modifier than 10.
We've got some dex heavy people around here. Nice.
Boing.
Point. But yes, you are very confident amongst all of you that even if it can feel your footsteps, it would be very hard for it to pick up on that, because you are, as Alira had stated with her knowledge, is that being very light of foot is definitely very important in avoiding this thing. Now, if you wanted to lure it out, you certainly could try to do so. However, you probably would want to do so closer to where you think it might be hiding. In that, if it's kind of prowling around here, there's a nest, and where there's a nest, there might be eggs. Where there's eggs, there might be tasty grubs, because it could be a food source. But at the moment, you know that that you're doing very well to avoid being detected.
If it was around, we'd be feeling it, because everything would be rumbling, because
Yeah.
this thing burrowed.
And since you're in tunnels right now, it would be the worst place to actually have it come up on you, because in the fact that these tunnels also look like they may have been burrowed by this thing as well. In some cases, some of it's very natural. Other parts of it are very much, a straight line to something, to another chamber, or to another tunnel. In which case, there's branching paths and things like that. But with Lagon's compass, you know which direction to continue going, and you're continuing to go upward. So long as you're going upward and in the direction you're supposed to, you'll eventually come out where you need to go. But oh yeah, some of these tunnels are probably no taller than 10 feet tall. Some of them kind of narrow very naturally, which is very, very common around here. And then very 10-foot like circle, like a 10-foot radius circle in some of these places, where it looks like it's tunnels that maybe the Remoras is burrowed under these mountains. They look a little shaky. They're a little that possibly they could cave in. You do find some instances where they do. These tunnels have caved in a little bit, where the rocks and dirt above it was a little looser after it had burrowed through it. And so with what the nature check that Alira provided, it looks like this could be the burrowing of two separate Remoras. There might be more than one, but you haven't seen evidence of more than one. You've only seen just the tunnel so far, but there's a sheer number of tunnels that have gone through here in the hours, the several hours that you've traversed so far. Is there any change in plans, or are you continuing to travel as you are?
I just like to say that I imagine going through those narrow tunnels like I was just walking through them normally, but like Lagan had to be like moving sideways through him because it was so wide.
Yes, Kinwin is perhaps the smallest out of all of you, because he is a very small half-elf man, uh, and very very thin, very lithe. Uh, kind of wiggles through some of these narrow passages, even when they start getting even narrower than that. Just the width of a single person. That he kind of shimmies facing forward, where Lagan has to shimmy facing inside the wall. It gets a little claustrophobic, maybe. But there have been points where you've passed some lava flows. You know that you're getting closer to the volcano now. Now that you're seeing a lot more lava flows down here too. You're seeing um, evidence that there is water above you, because you do see icicles, you do see stalactites, stalagmites, you see all of the normal formations that you would see underground in caverns and tunnels and things, where you hadn't really for a little while there in the especially near the Drow City and in the Illithid nest. All of that was really kind of like either natural cavern and had no real sort of uh, features like that, really. Maybe a few, but not very many. This is starting to get more and more evident that more and more water is dripping through the earth and rock above you, and so you could be getting rather close to the surface before too long. The temperature is starting to drop just a little bit, and when you can, you stay kind of near the lava flows to maintain some of that warmth. But overall, ambient temperature in the tunnels is starting to get a little cooler. Where in like the sort of bigger chambers, especially if you trudge through some of the water, does feel rather icy cold. Kind of a setup there, but eventually the tunnels kind of branch off, and you do start to hear a little bit of that rumbling sound that possibly a ways away you feel like a little bit of the dust of the tunnel above you start to rattle off. You're kind of going through one of these natural caverns right now, not one of the burrowed tunnels. So there's no real threat of it collapsing per se, but there's definitely movement going on in the rock. What do you do?
So we're in one of these natural caverns that's a bit bigger.
It's a bit bigger. It's probably about like 20 feet tall, as far as the height from the base floor, and so you probably have some icicles kind of dripping in from the from above you. There's some stalactites and stalagmites. It's a little bit colder here. That it starts to feel a little chilly.
What are we talking about in terms of like length, width of the room? Big or
Length width of the room is probably 40 by 80. It's more of a longer room.
Did you say those noises were coming from a dirt wall or a stone wall?
It's all stone here right now. When it comes to the construction of the chambers and everything, the stone walls, you hear the dripping of water. You see stalagmites, icicles, stalactites. It's not quite freezing yet because they're melting, kind of dripping down.
Give me something to throw.
Vanya's gonna find a rock. Hand it over.
Yeah, you're fairly confident you haven't been detected yet.
Seeing the you said bits of whatever tumbling down from the walls or the ceiling.
Yeah, it's a
Lagan
little bit of dust, yeah.
Lagan is going to have his hammer in hand.
Kaz, you
right
have a rock
here.
in your hand.
And given that we're all walking, there's no way it doesn't see us. So, my suggestion that we fight it here, draw it out, and fight it on our terms.
How do we get it out? I've got no magic that would help that.
And that's why he holds up the rock that Vanya passed him.
Give it something to come out for.
And he kind of flicks it up in his hand. It's like, well, once everyone, he can see that everyone is prepared for what he's about to do. He flicks the rock up in his hand and then at a wall.
Kind of tennis serves it.
Yep.
Okay. Just make me an attack roll. Dexterity attack roll.
Sure. I can do that.
Because I'm treating this as sort of like a bait. I'm testing whether or not it's going to be a successful bait.
Without proficiency, that is a non-nat 20. With proficiency, it's a 24.
Okay. 20 it is. Alright. Well, you make a really good sort of tennis serve of this rock. It does smack up against the back of the wall, which is about 80 feet in front of you. Kind of a straight line, doesn't even really arc.
Yep, and as soon as I've thrown it, I'm going to get low and into a kind of very slowly kind of get into a stance.
Okay.
Basically ready for this thing to come out of the nearby wall. Because as soon as it does, I'm gonna dash up to it and I'm gonna kick it in the face.
Okay. Anyone else preparing anything else before he ends up tossing the rock?
Vanya's got her bow ready.
Okay. And then Lagan has his hammer ready.
I will end up activating. I'm going to try and end up expand on the halos spores. There is, I believe it's fungal, or it's a symbiotic entity. So, halo spores deals additional damage, and melee attacks deal an extra d6 poison.
Okay.
I'm going to do the naughty, and I'm going to cast haste on Kaz.
Do the naughty and cast haste on Kaz.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh ye who possesses the action surge, go! Be my vessel!
It's not the actions. It's not the actions that you need to worry about. It's the fact that now my base movement speed is 90 feet. and I have a spare action that I can use to dash.
Gravity is a mere suggestion at this point.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
God damn, how can you move so fast?
Monk,
Monk.
unarmored movement.
Yeah, monk unarmored movement is definitely right up there. It progresses with the monk. So
Yeah. By the time I hit level 20, I believe my speed's gonna be somewhere in the range of like 60 feet. Regular
thereabouts,
movement
yeah.
speed.
Regular movement.
And
Yep.
I can dash as a bonus action for a key.
Mhm.
And turn that, and because of the fact that I'm an ascended dragon monk, I can turn that into a flying speed until the end of my turn.
Yep.
Ooh.
Well, with that being said, I'm going to get things
on a
prepared.
riding horse.
I am speed.
Omae wa shinderu.
Yep. Well, I'm going to get that prepared for us. So we'll be right back, everybody, and we'll see what happens. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Where we left off, Kaz had thrown a rock across the distance of this sort of lengthwise sort of chamber that they find themselves in to bait whatever creature is rumbling in the rock near them. And so, as Kaz was hoping to have happen, a creature bursts its head out of the wall, and you're suddenly faced with this thing kind of eyeing where the rock landed, and then kind of eyeing you all. And so Arya's cast haste, and the rest are getting prepared, or have prepared what they are going to prepare for this encounter. So I need initiative rolls.
I got a 12.
Okay, there is at a 12.
22.
22 for Vanya.
That's
Hey,
a 19 for
19 for Kaz, you said?
yes.
19 for Lagon, too.
Who wants to go first?
I'm going to give it to Kaz since he actually has.
Okay.
Okay. And
Very-
Arya?
Very excited. Nat 20 plus 2, 22.
22. So you want to go before Vanya or after?
I have the lesser dex, so I give it to Vanya.
What's your dex? You're
It's
literally-
only 14.
You're actually a little bit faster than me.
What? You're the ranger!
She was going strength ranger for a bit.
Actually, my strength and my dex are the same. Actually, my strength is a little bit higher. Strength is 13, dex is 12. Because I did her stats based off her background as a narrative choice. So.
Okay, I respect the fuck out of that.
Lagon
still
has
choose
a
to go
higher
second.
dex than Vanya. That makes no sense.
So going back to Coffee's earlier comment about this being the dex heavy party, it's not that I'm dex heavy, it's just proficiency in stealth and then plus 10 from Pastel Trace.
Oh, and Kinwin,
It's just
what's your
now I got a
initiative? Kinwin?
picture idea.
13.
13. Okay.
I have a new picture idea.
So Arya is
God.
still going after Vanya then?
Yeah, I'll go after.
Okay. Well, this thing has poked its head out the wall, and really what you see is this sort of almost insectoid-like face, where it's got this sort of big round eyes, and the mouth of it just kind of looks like it crushes or swallows more than it does, chewing like any other creature, with some tendrils kind of coming off of the face there for a moment. It hasn't really fully exposed itself yet. You really only just see the face. So, top of the round, Vanya.
How
Right.
far is it from me?
Right here. It is roughly 80 feet.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna get an arrow and a level 2 hail.
Okay. Level 2 Hail of Thorns and an arrow. Go ahead and roll your attack roll.
Yep. Sorry, I'm trying to deal with the cat at the same time.
He's got all of his feet on your face.
Yes, he does. 21 to hit.
21 will hit.
Alright. Initial damage is 7 points, and then Hail of Thorns.
Is a
Scroll
dex
to it.
save, right?
Dex save.
Nope, that's a fail.
He is taking full damage. Nice. And he is taking all of 5 damage from Hail of Thorn.
Hey, Lamau.
2d10 is my damage dice for that. Fucking hell.
Ouch.
Yeah. And then he's gonna get a second arrow.
Okay, second arrow.
That's another 21 to hit.
Okay, that works.
And 11 points of damage that time.
Okay.
And Zephyr's gonna stay back by me.
Okay. Zephyr staying back by you. You kind of
Yep.
all kind of bunched into this little entryway that you're in. Brings us to Aria. Aria, what you doing?
What is Arya doing? I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, you said this thing is only peeking out the corner, right?
Yeah, it's peeking its head out of the tunnel that it's in right now. Just having heard the rock, kind of looked at where the rock landed, and has looked at you all.
Okay. Well, as it turns out, there is very little I can do in this moment because I'm still maintaining concentration with haste. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is just give it a good old magic missile.
Give it a good old magic missile. What's the range on magic missile?
Pew, 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 pew. 60 feet if I remember right. Let me double check.
You would have to move up if it's 60.
Oh, that's spiky. Don't tell me that. 120 feet.
120. You can stay where you're at.
I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
Okay. And magic missile is force damage.
Yes.
Okay. Roll damage.
Cool. I'm shooting it at a level 2, so I can have a whole bunch of missiles. Okay. So I think that is 4 of them. Plunk. I can't see. Good rolls so far. Okay. First one is 1 plus. I have to look at the sheet every time. I'm so sorry. So 2 plus 3 plus yay 5 plus nice 5. Pew, 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 pew.
How much in
15
total?
damage total.
15.
15.
Alright. Okay. It's not particularly happy about all of this, so it is going to spend a legendary action and slide back into the wall. It is disappeared from view at the moment.
That's fine.
Brings us to Cause.
It slid back into the wall.
Yes, it did. You can still hear the rumbling and sort of. You can still hear some of the burrowing that it's doing, but it does not like that it got shot in the face.
Okay. If I zoom over there,
To where it was.
yeah, can I see it in the tunnel?
You'd have to zoom over there and commit to that before you'd actually be able to know.
That's completely fine with me. I have more than enough movement speed at my disposal
Okay.
if I need it.
So, 80 feet, about right here, is about where it sucked its head back into the wall. You can see... actually, do you have dark vision?
I do not.
And the drift globe is over here with Lagan. Because it's basically
can't-
like in his hand or hovering near him. So you can't actually see into that tunnel right now. You can barely see where you're at right now.
Do I? No, I'm gonna spend my haste action to dash back over.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't see it. So, as my actual action, I'm gonna hold.
Okay. So hold action will
As
be...
soon as I see it, I'm gonna move to attack it.
You can hold your action and only spend your action on a hold. You cannot use your bonus action. You cannot use anything else.
That's fine.
Okay. Just to make you aware, because that's...
Yep. No, I know how that.
It's spending your
it
reaction
triggers
to act outside of your turn.
Yeah. No, I know how that works. That's fine.
Okay.
Trust me, I hit it once, and that's all I'm gonna need.
Lagon.
Lagan is going to move 30 feet forward to where it stuck its head out.
30 feet. 6. Okay. Drift Globe is with you. So now we can have better vision in the middle of the place.
Right. And I'm going to hold the spell Shatter for when it reemerges.
Okay, so you were holding. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. You hear more rumbling in the walls, kind of coming from your, from this side of the map, this side here. Brings us to Kinwin.
Yeah, so this creature is exposed or fully embedded in the rock right now?
It's fully embedded in the rock right now. Oh, and just as a reminder, the ceiling is only 20 feet above you.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Summon Elemental at 4th level,
Cool.
and I'm gonna summon an Earth Elemental.
Ooh, an Earth Elemental. Nice. I was not anticipating that. Let me find an appropriate miniature for that.
And while you're at it, Coffee, stream cannot see the battle
Oh,
map.
that's because I forgot to switch to the encounter screen, and it's all borked. Give me 1 second here.
Can I give it a command on the same turn that I summoned it?
Check the wording and mayhaps.
Sorry, I'm all sorts of discombobulated right now. I switched to the wrong input. And I have to put everything back in because I forgot.
Poor Coffee.
Elemental
Yeah,
spirit.
it does, has the same initiative count as me, but takes its turn immediately after mine.
Takes its turn after you. Yep.
Yes, so you get to. It does get to take your to take a turn immediately, and it obeys your verbal commands. No action required by you.
Yep, you cast a spell and you issue it a command, and it will do its best to do that.
Well, their elemental's got 40 feet of burrow, so I'm gonna see if he could burrow into the wall and like come up on a flanking position of the monster.
Okay.
See if you can find it.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I have to do everything for the stream, and then I have to grab a miniature, so I will be...
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry, Coffee.
No, it's fine. No biggie, because all of my permalinks for everybody's... Oops. Thingamajiggies are broken.
Oh no.
That's because I forgot to set this... Forgot to set the encounter screen up correctly.
Okay, and it says it understands any language I speak, so it's acknowledging my commands in Druid.
That's fine.
Yeah, Primordial and it speaks Primordial and understands the languages you speak.
Oh, it
Yes.
can't speak the languages I speak.
Yeah, it
No.
understands you, but it doesn't speak the same languages.
Only speaks
Earth
Primordial.
Elemental speaking Druidic sounded fun.
Hey, Primordial can be very, very similar to that, but we'll discuss that at a later point. Okay, so I've got all this stream done. Let me get a miniature for elemental. I don't have an earth elemental. It would be considered a large creature, yes?
Medium.
Medium creature. Okay, so I need medium
Yeah,
creatures.
Yeah, because it's not a.
Large
It's not a-
elemental on D&D Beyond.
That's a regular Earth element. But what Summon Elemental creates isn't actually a true Earth Elemental. It creates an Elemental Spirit, which you'll need to. It's stat block you can find in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything.
We'll use this to
It's
represent
got
him.
Yeah, and it's still got the 40-foot burrow speed as well. So
Okay, so I just used what it says on the Elemental Spirit spell instead of the Earth Elemental monster.
Right, correct.
yeah,
Oh,
if
okay,
you
yeah.
if you want to make one of those, you could pick up Conjure Elemental next level for you. Once you hit level 9, you can take Conjure Elemental and spend a minute, and you can actually make true Earth Elementals then.
Yeah, you can make the medium Earth Elemental Spirit as an action, but the other takes a minute to do. But where did you want to put him? You wanted to put him up against a wall somewhere, and you heard.
Stuck to the wall near the monsters you could get.
You don't know where the monster is. You do know that you've heard a lot of things coming from this side of the.
Yeah, like in the direction we've heard the sounds from.
Okay. What is the range on Summon Elemental Spirit?
90 feet.
90 feet? So
yeah.
you can go all the way up to here if you wanted. And then he can move on his turn. You can summon him there and he can move on his turn. I will put his turn down right here.
This actually needed a component worth 400 gold, and we delete that from the group.
Oh, I'll wait. I'll let you just take the gold out of the pocket this time around. But next time, next time you'll have to purchase the component if it's consumed.
It's not consumed.
Thank you.
Okay, then I will need you to spend the money again to get the component next time, because I have told y'all many times before, anything with a gold cost you have to purchase ahead of time. So just to make you aware of that. This is really the first time it's kind of come up, but I'll let it slide this time. But next time we do need to purchase these things. So you have your bonus action left, Kinwin. What you doing with it? If anything.
Good question.
I don't think you have anything like a cantrip or anything. Are you moving?
No, doesn't seem I can do anything. I'm just done.
Okay, so you're just staying put after summoning your elemental?
Yep.
Okay, so what's your elemental doing? You said burrowing into the rock face to try and find this thing, right?
Alright, if and the elemental spirit does not have tremor sense, so it would probably be more difficult for him to find him.
Yeah, it would be perception checks at disadvantage because he doesn't have tremor sense. So, your elemental can make a perception check to see if, at disadvantage, to see if he can find it.
Okay, natural one.
Oh. Oh. You only needed to beat a 6.
I was a 3.
Sadly, your earth elemental kind of melds into the wall, kind of burrowing around, and with the earth elemental spirit, the it's like the rock isn't really phased at all. So it kind of moves around in the spends its turn, kind of searching for the creature, but doesn't end up finding it. So it's spent its turn looking for it, but it can't find it. Aliro, what you doing?
At this exact moment, a little bit concerned, so I am going to use my move action.
Okay.
And I am going to move 30 feet closer to Lagon, but I'm going to try and end up pushing to the opposite side of him, away from where I'm hearing the noise. So the noise, if I recall, is coming closer to where your hand is right now.
Right. Yeah.
So I'd be trying to get a little bit further up from
So
there.
like right here.
Yeah, that'll do.
That'll do. All right. That's your move.
As far as action, there's nothing on the field to disrupt right now. So in order to make this count, I am going to prepare to cast on reaction Blight at level 4.
Okay.
If I can't disrupt it, I can hit it when it pops its head out.
Yep. Okay. So that's your turn for the moment. You hear more rustling behind the rock. Since both have a burrow speed, it can find your elemental spirit. What's the AC of your elemental spirit?
It would be 15. It's 11 plus the level of the spell.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, it's gonna try and bite it.
Damn, do you know this from memory, or do you actually have this spell up?
I have the spell up because I haven't actually seen it before, and my Tarsus is on my shelf over there.
Yeah.
But I have 5e dot open to check spells and everything like that, because a lot of the new ones are very wordy and worded very specifically to stop particular things or enable particular things. So checking wording and stat blocks in particular, especially for summon stuff, is just generally really nice to have on hand.
Okay. What is the HP on your elemental spirit?
50.
50? Oh, okay, so I do have to roll for this. Because there's the possibility it could one-shot it, and there's the possibility it won't.
For the main chomp, halve it.
If it's a non-stop dad, we're fucked.
For the main chomp, because it's a Ramaraz, right?
Yeah.
The main chomp is piercing damage, got a little bit extra. You need to halve the piercing damage. The elemental spirit has resistance to piercing and slashing.
Okay, that's good to know. Because I did not know that before.
Yep.
Okay, so 30, half to 15 piercing piercing damage, and then we got some fire damage. That's 12 fire damage. It's still up.
27 in total.
Yep, 27 total.
And it would be grappled.
It would be grappled.
And well grappled in that way, it is restrained. Because because the creatures that bite with a swallow attack tend to do that.
Not that you could see any of this, because it's happening inside the wall.
Oh yeah, no, in counter time, no, I.
Those aren't
No
tremors
point.
you're hearing. Those are screams.
Yeah, the
Kind
Earth
of.
Spirit was not kind enough to leave us behind the tunnel. He just passes through the Earth undisturbed.
Yep. The elemental doesn't disturb the earth, but the Remoraz does. So. Okay. That's what it can do on its turn. Which does bring us back to Vanya. You still have not seen it come back out.
We don't exactly know where it's at.
You have a vague idea, but it's about right here. But that's a vague idea. Where exactly it is, you're not sure. But you did see that it was pretty big, so you can possibly make an educated guess.
Let me see. I think I'm gonna hold action for arrow.
For an arrow, okay.
There's not much I can do.
Okay. So brings us back to Arya.
So basically, we're just sitting there, we're hearing like an earthquake, and I can't see shit.
Nope, it has not poked its head back out yet.
Great, fantastic, yeah. I'm uncomfortable. I'm gonna pop those wings and I'm gonna float 10 feet. I understand it's only like 20 feet high.
Yep.
But I am not interested in that thing coming up on top of me.
Nope.
I want at least 10 feet of differentiation and reaction time there.
Yep, you want to float. You want to float a little bit.
Yep. You get it.
Alright. Perfectly fine.
Okay. Fantastic.
You are floating.
I don't actually know if this will save me from anything, really. So, that's all I got. Thank you.
Alright. Are you staying in the same position, or are you moving into the chamber a little bit more? Because you're right here.
I think I'm gonna move around the chamber a bit more. Basically, now that I have airspace, I'm gonna try and see if generally I can keep to some airspace. Occasionally, maybe floating up towards the ceiling so I can touch it to see if I can get some sort of echolocation. Though that doesn't really work with me. Just touching the walls occasionally or touching the ceiling to be what's going on?
You don't want it detecting your footsteps, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it's very discomforting that something's moving around beneath your feet.
Yep. Alright. As a legendary action, you hear silence for a moment. And it is going to attempt to make that swallow on the Earth Elemental. And that is a 24 to hit.
So it gets swallowed.
It gets swallowed and takes some acid damage.
Does that happen immediately?
Yes, while swallowed, the creature is blinded or stayed, has total cover outside of attacks. Acid damage on the start of each of the Remoraz's turn. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It'll take the damage at the end, at the start of the Remoraz's actual
Next.
turn, but it is swallowed. Cause. You have not been able to spend your action.
No, but that's okay. Attuning to the area around me, I would like my action make a perception check.
You want to make a perception check? Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have tremor sense, so it would be at a disadvantage.
I'm not looking to do it based on sight. I'm looking to do it based on hearing.
Okay.
I want to see if I can hear it.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'll make a perception check.
That is a 26.
Okay. Versus a 15. You hear it generally about right here, maybe a little bit lower. Probably about 10 feet under the ground and into the wall.
And everyone would see Cars kind of raise a finger. And he closes his eyes. And he points in the direction. I'm gonna sprint up at it.
Okay, you're gonna sprint.
Straight towards the wall.
Here at the wall.
Yep. And I am going to tilt the head back. And this will require a not a lot of roller cool, but a little bit. I'm going to spend my haste action to make a weapon attack.
Okay.
To take the attack action, and I'm going to replace that attack with a dragon breath, because I can do that.
You can replace an attack action with a dragon breath.
I can replace one of the attacks in my attack action with a dragon.
This is
Which would
considered
include
a
the-
hasted action, which can only have those specific rules.
Yes, so I can take an attack action, but it only makes one attack instead of any extra attack features. But I can still replace that attack with a dragon's breath, because it is still technically an attack action that I am taking.
I mean, if you want to spend the resource, I mean, I'm gonna have to tell you no.
I mean, it's a free one, so I would like to spray a 30 by 5 foot line of pure concentrated acid directly into the rock, and I'd like to try and burrow through the rock with the acid and see if I can clip the Remoraz with it.
Roll damage. We'll see if it's enough.
Sure. It's... That's a maximum of 12 damage.
You have a pockmark in the rock now.
In truth, I thought that would have got a little better.
It's
All
a
right,
sizable pockmark. It's about 5 foot wide, but it's a pockmark. It's not very deep at all.
I'm gonna spend my bonus action here,
Okay.
spend a key, and take Step of the Patient Defense. So I'm taking the dodge action.
Dodge action. All right. Dodge action it is. Okay.
Arya calls out to Kaz. Are you okay? I mean, I feel a little sick too, but
It just looks like you just barf. Yeah. Barf. Oh no.
Don't waste the cock.
Yeah, is Lyra's food still bugging you?
The
You ate
food
a
was
lot. You took like a couple mouthfuls there.
the food was fine. That was not. What did you think that was? I imagine the Reveras is just behind the wall here and shouting in a language it doesn't understand. It's just like,
The only
What?
thing it hears is that it wants to move towards that. And as the
Good.
legendary action is moving toward it. Lagon.
So, with my passive perception, can I gauge where this thing is in the wall?
Oh, what's your passive?
23.
You would get a vague idea that Kaz is really close to it.
Okay. Well. Alright, yeah, we're gonna do this. So. I am not going to move at this point, but I will use that action that I was holding.
It is
And
your
cast
turn
Shadow.
currently, so that action would have been spent.
Right. What I was holding was Shatter, and I am going to use it at 4th level.
So the way that hold works is that if it does come back to your turn, if you haven't spent it, that spell slot is spent.
I'm casting it at 4th level.
Okay.
yeah, so you just cast it.
I understand that the spell slot's already been used for holding Shatter.
Mm-hmm.
I am casting it at
Now on your
4th
turn.
level.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear that you would have to spend 2 spell slots for this.
I'm aware.
Okay. Just making it clear.
Thank you. No, I wasn't going to upcast it. I was
Before,
just
but now you
holding
are.
regular second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool beans. Cast Shatter. Shatter is a 20-foot sphere, right?
Yes.
Okay. What point are you putting it on?
I'm trying to put it where it does not hit Kaz, because it does not say I have to actually point
Okay.
in the description of the spell.
It's just
It's
a
not
point.
Just
point
that a
accuracy.
sudden loud ringing, painfully intense, erupts from a point of my choice within range.
A point
Yep.
within
Each
range.
creature,
You
Yeah.
just have to know
Ye-
that you just have to know that that point actually exists there. But yes, it can be inside material.
right,
Okay.
and it's a Constitution saving throw. So I'm trying to place it where it's not going to hit Kaz.
So you have a choice to make here.
Mm-hmm.
You can do underneath Kaz, or you can do behind the wall.
Behind the wall is where I'm aiming.
Okay. Because there is the possibility that it is not quite there, that it's slightly lower than that. You don't know exactly for sure. Just giving
It's
you that
in
choice.
that area. Give me just a second. Let me do something. It's evens. Okay.
So you can go beneath Kaz at a point underneath him, 20 feet, that may get it, or you could do a point behind the wall at the same level and maybe get it. You don't know exactly.
Yeah, I'm gonna
where.
go. I'm aiming for behind the wall.
Behind the wall. And what is the range on Shatter?
60 feet, I believe.
60. So
Wait just a second. Yeah, 60 feet. If I need to move up for that to happen, I can.
yeah, so that you get it fully behind the wall, you would need to move up about 20.
Yeah. All right.
So it's
Then I'll
gonna
move
land
up.
right about here. You don't see it
Okay.
behind the wall.
And that will be a Constitution save.
Okay. You hear the rumbling of shatter go off. You are not
Right.
sure whether it hit.
Okay. Well. Destructive Wrath makes that an automatic 40 damage.
Okay. Good to know.
Wherever it went off.
All right. That brings us to Kinwin.
Can I see any of the monsters from where I am?
No,
Nope. Still in the wall.
still in the wall or underneath the ground. You're not sure which. You did hear that Legon set off a shatter behind the wall. You're fairly certain that a lot of that rock back there is now cracked and broken and unstable.
Then I would like to use the cantrip mold the earth to take like 5 feet of that unstable loose rock and shit that he made to like pull out.
Mold Earth, is that a range spell or is that a touch spell?
30 feet range mold earth.
Oh, so you'd have to move up. You're way back here.
Okay, so move up some until I get in a 30 feet range and then cast it.
Okay. The closest thing within 30 feet range is this wall right here. And that wall wasn't affected.
Yeah, you'd need to get a little closer because this room is very long.
Yep, very
It's not
long
very
room.
wide, but it is very long.
And then there's nothing else I can really do.
Yep,
And I
you're
guess-
maintaining on your elemental.
and on my elemental's turn, I guess I could like try to struggle to get free from the binding.
Yep, that is what he can do. So he would have to make an attack roll at disadvantage because he is restrained. What did he get for his attack roll?
I don't see any modifiers on the spell, so just 14 from that.
14.
It'll be a spell attack modifier, so it'll be whatever your wisdom plus
attack.
your proficiency bonus.
Okay, yeah, add your spell attack
And
modifier.
That'll be an 18 then.
And he gets to make 2.
18 will hit, actually. What do we get for damage on that?
It's a D10 plus 8.
D10 plus 8. All right. Come on, Earth Elemental.
$11 damage.
Okay, 11.
11
And he
damage.
makes the second attack.
This time it's not at a disadvantage.
No, it is at disadvantage.
Yeah, because you're restrained because you're in. It's restrained because it's in its stomach.
I thought that was to get out of their strength.
No, that was
no, that's just to
try
hit
and hit it. You have to try and hit it in order, for a total damage for it to let it go.
Much worse. 6.
Oh, yikes. Close. You got 11. You got 11. 11 points on him though. So he's doing something, but he also takes a couple of bits of fire damage. Or acid. No, yeah, fire damage for hitting it.
I'm not sure if that counts for the inside or if that's only the outside.
Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, the inside wouldn't be like that. Okay. I will refer to that then. Yeah, that's Kinwood and the Earth Elemental. Alright, Alira. What you doing, Alira?
Well, not much I can do with the wasted spell slot and positioning at this point. The closest I think I can end up, or the closest I can get to, is covering Kaz. So I am going to head over to Kaz at this point.
With 30 feet?
Yep. And I am going to perform the dodge action.
Dodge action. Alright. Dodge action it is. Alright. That brings it to the creature's turn. It is going to burrow up from underneath Kaz. And is going to make a bite attack.
Sure.
Now, would this qualify as it just moved within 10 feet of me?
Yeah, because it's lifting itself all the way up out of the dirt.
Okay, so if that is the case, I believe that triggers my Halo of Spores, which is a D8 times, let's see here, D8 damage, well, the second die at the time. Yep. So it needs a Constitution savings throw
Okay. And
at this point, and
do
it's
that
versus
first.
DC 16.
Alright, con save. Ooh, yikers. That's a 13.
Okay.
So you got that.
Up to 7, and that's 15 points of damage. Holy shit.
Oh,
Wow.
holy moly.
On reaction.
Yep. Okay, that's on that. The earth or the earth elemental inside is going to take some acid damage. Resolve that before it gets to the rest of its turn. Ooh. That's not healthy. That is 25 acid damage.
The earth elemental disintegrates away with the acid.
I would imagine it'd be healthy anyway. It's eating a rock.
Well, it realizes.
Do you notice every bit of dirt that you eat when you end up having an apple?
Nope.
Fair.
But it
You
is.
said it was making a.
It was making
a
an
bite
attack roll on you, Kaz.
Sure.
You're the one causing a bunch of noise, and it wants to eat you now that it realized that whatever was in his stomach is no longer food.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be a 22 to hit.
Miss.
Just to
AC
haste it.
18, plus 2 for haste, plus 5 for dodge. AC 25.
Oh,
Nope.
dodge? No, dodge is at disadvantage, not a plus.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
I'm rolling
I
at
read dodge
disadvantage
wrong.
then. Instead.
Sorry, rolling at disadvantage.
Okay. That's a 21 to hit instead.
Damn it. Yeah, okay, that actually hit me.
Okay. So. That will be. $36 piercing damage.
That hurts.
And then some fire damage. 11 fire damage, and you are in its grasp considered restrained.
restrained. Yep.
Alright. So. That's all it can do on this turn. Brings us back to Vanya.
I'm going to do something I haven't done for a long time.
What you do?
Bonus action Hunter's Mark
Hunter's Mark.
at level 1.
Level 1. Okay.
Okay.
So you can pinpoint its exact location for a minute, right?
Hunter's Mark lasts up to an hour, actually.
Oh, at level 1. Alright.
Yep.
Cool beans.
And that's going to be an extra d6 for any damage I
For
do to
damage.
it.
Exactly.
Which it is getting an arrow.
Get an arrow.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits.
Okay. 5. 11 points of damage for that one.
Okay. Good to know.
And-
Good to know.
Then a second arrow.
Mm-hmm.
21 to hit.
That'll hit.
It's cacked. 7. 10 points of damage.
10 points
the
of
second
damage.
one.
Alright.
And that will be the end of my turn.
Alright. Cool beans, cool beans. Brings us to Arya. Arya, what you doing?
How much of this thing is visible?
Most of it.
Most of it?
Yep.
So what you're saying is that it is currently occupying a couple spaces that even though our good friend, Kaz is in its jaws, the rest of its body can easily be hit without hitting Kaz, correct?
Depending on whatever it is. He is considered in its space and restrained.
And was it a ring of lightning that you got?
Thunder resistance.
Thunder resistance. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna cast Transmutated Fireball, but instead it's gonna be Thunder.
Oh, so you're transmuting
Thunderball!
damage into okay, so fireball.
Into thunder damage.
Fireball is a
I'm
20-foot
sending a
sphere.
sonic boom.
20-foot
Okay.
sphere on a point you can see, right?
Okay, Guile.
Yes, 150. Anywhere within 150 feet range that I can see a point within that range. It's instantaneous,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm thinking I'm gonna cast it at 5th level for funsies.
No matter really what you do,
It's okay. It's okay. You can.
You're gonna hit. You might hit Kaz or you might hit your friends, depending on.
Just me. Just focus on me. Fine. Just make sure you don't hit them. You can hit me.
You're still hasted,
I am still hasted for one.
and if you go down, I got you.
Okay.
So
So it stands about 20 feet tall, ish,
mhm.
in this room, because the ceiling's only 20 foot tall.
Yeah.
So no matter what, you'd be able to get it in the space. So
Perfect.
roll your fireball damage. Now roll a dexterity saving throw, and Kaz will
Okay.
roll the next dexterity saving throw.
I got a 22, which I know passes. I rolled it naturally because normal because I would have disadvantage because of the restraint and advantage because of the haste.
Right. Yep. So that would just.
And evasion. I take no damage.
Hey!
Well, I had hoped
Just-
that would be better, but that's a 6.
Hey, full damage. Okay.
Basically, because I actually have a way to describe this.
Okay.
Arya, you fling your transmuted fireball, your thunderball, if you will, at the Remoras and Kaz, and you hear this resonant ringing like chimes, and you can see cars vibrating. And all you can see him do is just grab, like he's restrained, but he grabs his hands and slams it onto this thing's face. Basically channeling the thunder energy through himself and directly into this thing. The benefits of being made of crystal, more or less.
Right? Crystalline
Oh
flesh.
shit, that one's shafted. Jesus. And just to make sure that we have this really fucking toasty, I have my wings popped, so that means I get extra damage because yeehaw, ASMR, radiance.
On attacks or spells? You can add it to spells too?
I believe you can. I have been.
Protector?
Let me look. Let me look.
I'm fairly certain spells are get the bonus, but I wanted to be sure.
You deal extra radiant damage to one target. When you deal damage to it with an attack or spell, the extra radiant damage equals my level, so that's another +8.
Okay. So what's the total?
Care of your 10d6 plus 8.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if I have anything else I can do.
Might as well.
You were upcasting
Yeah.
on the transmuted fireball as well?
What's
No,
up?
that's I was just checking to see if there's anything else that lets me add damage, but no, that's about it.
Okay,
That
so
is going to be
66 plus 8.
Yep, that's going to be 50 damage total.
50? Wow. Fireball's only 66.
It's 8d6 and it was upcast, so it's 10d6.
It was.
Oh, okay. That's
It's
what I was asking.
10d6 plus
just
8.
now.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
So 58, you said?
50.
50, sir.
50 in total. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, it doesn't like that all that much.
Boom.
But I need everyone in the room to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh yeah, we're in a cave.
Because you might have stalactites, icicles, and or a combination of both, all falling down on you.
Does my dodge count towards this, given the situation?
Dodge is versus attack rolls. This is saves.
Okay, so this... Alright. Well, still. 21.
Natural one.
Oh,
Oh no!
oh no, Kidwin. Oh no.
Oh, shit.
Oh no!
I got a
24?
20. I got a 25.
19.
19.
Oh, I need to make one for Zephyr too. Shit. Of course, he's the one who gets that 20. Why? Don't have to worry about him. No. Speedy puppy.
Fast puppy dog.
The only one we have to worry about is Kidwin.
Okay.
Oh dear.
So this is
What about it? Does it need to make a
nope, because it's immune to cold damage.
What about piercing damage?
Oh, that was a dexterity save too, right?
Yeah, it was.
So
Yeah.
that brings mine down to 0.
God! No!
Oh, no.
I can just imagine the ceiling is rumbling. Some stalactites fall down, and Kidwin's just like, what's that noise? Oh no!
So it's immune to the cold damage, but it'll save. It'll make a save for it. Yeah, it's gonna take the piercing damage. So piercing damage comes out to the DC was 15, so
The rest of us pass.
rest of you pass.
It's okay. I'll save you, Kinwin. I feel so bad now.
That's 7 half to 3 on piercing damage for anyone who's Well, no. No, it takes the full 7. Never mind, it did not pass. So, with that, and then, so that's 7 piercing damage, and 5 cold damage for those it affects.
Oh, 12. Or 6 for those who,
It's not, it's a save or suck, so it's a 0
save or
damage
suck.
if you pass.
Oh, Wicked Man only took 12. That's not too bad.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Yeah,
That could
pretty good result for a natural one, actually.
Yeah, that could have been a lot worse.
But the ceiling is looking really unstable. Anything more like that, and you know that the rocks are going to start coming down on you.
Noted. Not gonna do that again. Okay. All right, we're good. I'm just gonna magic missile the rest of the time. Okay.
Or you
Sorry!
could transmute to lightning or to acid.
I could.
You have those
You
choices.
get,
You
you
have
get the
those
distinct
choices.
sense it was because of how far it spread, not the damage type.
Gotcha.
Mm.
Sorry, everyone. I'll be more careful.
And you see that, like, Cars even being restrained isn't even the one that gets hit. There's this icicle that falls down towards him, and he just kind of, like, even with his hands, he headbutts the icicle and stabs the thing with the icicle from the roof that fell down that he just headbutted into it.
Oh gosh. Oh my god.
It's got you in
I'm
its
just-
grasp, so it's going to spend a legendary action and try to swallow you.
I wasn't done yet. I
Oh.
just wanted to move.
Oh, move.
After yelling, so that this thing does, with its horrible fucking tremor sense I imagine it has, is not aware of where I am in the air.
Where are you going?
Let me look at the board again. Do.
You're right here. In the air.
Does also have like 60 feet of dark vision, so just be aware that not
It
being
can
able
also
to tremor
see,
sense
yeah.
you. Yeah, it can also see.
I'm gonna go towards that pillar over there.
Over here above the water? Or are we talking about over here?
Back, the back pillar.
Back over here? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. But yes, since you is at the end of your turn and before the start of the next, it's going to attempt to swallow you, so it does have to make another attack roll.
Yep, it's flat.
Oh, shit. Don't get eaten!
That's a natural 1. It tries to chomp you down, but it can't swallow you.
Yep, kind of.
Just Kaz opening its jaws open with his bare hands.
You are still restrained in its mouth, but it cannot swallow you at the moment.
Which is
So-
fine.
So, Kaz, it
Fine
is
by
your
me.
turn.
Haste action, it's taking a sword.
Haste action, taking a sword at disadvantage.
It is a disadvantage. Unfortunate. No!
Did you get 2 20s?
Uh-huh! That's a natural 20 and disadvantage! That was with my sword.
Okay, Mojo.
I'm gonna go ahead and roll my damage now if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
That's 13 points of slashing damage, and I'm gonna spend a key. Can it make a constitution save, please?
No. That is 23.
It's gonna pass.
So no stun for you.
That's fine. Action time. It has disadvantage on all attack rolls until the end of my next turn, too, thanks to Slasher, and its movement speed is slowed by 10 feet.
That's fine.
Next, regular action. 2 more attacks.
At disadvantage.
Yes.
Because you're still restrained.
That's... One of these is going to be a sword attack. Okay, that's a much more reasonable non-natural.
Dirty 20 hits.
And that'll be 11 points of damage.
Okay. It doesn't like that you did that.
I'm not done. There's more. So much more. I'm gonna spend a dragon breath. There's a 30 by 5-foot line of acid going directly into its face.
As a bonus action?
No, as the second attack is part of my regular attack action, because my first strike was because of the haste.
Yeah, your first strike was because of the haste. You made it... Okay. So you're making your attack action be 1 sword and 1 breath.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Can it make a dexterity save, please?
Yes, it can. Well, it'll try anyway. 12?
No.
And you're making this a cone?
No, line.
A line. Okay.
Like directly through, through all of it, because it's probably got me up high, so I'm breathing down. That will be 10 points of acid damage.
Okay.
Bonus action.
Okay.
I'm spending a key.
Toward what?
2 fists.
Oh! Ooh, you should actually be taking fire damage for hitting the thing. For each hit.
2 hits, yes.
Yes. For that first hit, you are taking 16 points of fire damage.
Whew, that's rough, alright.
For that second hit, roll your damage first and then I'll resolve it.
The second hit, I already did that. It was...
Oh. Oh,
yeah, because I've already done 2 hits.
Okay.
I haven't done the 2 fists.
Okay. That second one is gonna be 13 points of fire damage. Do you want to spend a key?
Yeah, do I? That's a good question.
I will let you retcon this because that is resolved before you've actually spent your key and bonus action.
Key. Frankly, I probably shouldn't, because if...
I will remind you.
If I do...
You are restrained in its
do...
mouth. It gets advantage on the next attack roll because you are considered incapacitated.
I'm not considered incapacitated. I'm just... Oh yeah.
That's if you go down his head. That's,
I am gonna spend a key, but it's not gonna be for flurry of blows. No, I'm going to do patient defense, and I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Okay. All right, dodge action it is. So that's cause. Lagon, what you doing? You're pretty close.
You see
You're within 10 feet.
that the cause is kind of melting.
So, bonus action, Shield of Faith on cause.
Bonus action, Shield of Faith on cause. All right.
That is +2 to your AC for as long as I keep the spell up.
And that's a range, not a touch.
Yeah, it's 60 feet from me.
Gotcha. All right. What you doing now? What you doing otherwise?
I am going to need a Constitution save. Oh, Wisdom save. Sorry.
Wisdom save. You're making a cantrip attack?
Hold the dead.
Hold the dead. Bong. Sorry, you said con save?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. That's right. It's all
I don't think-
4.
That's not gonna do it. It's already taken damage,
Yep.
so yay. Let's see. 20 plus 8. That is going to be, let's see, 20 points of necrotic damage and 7 points of, let me see what my, is that force damage?
I believe it'd either be radiant, lightning. If it's divine
Uh,
strike.
Yeah. Let's go with, well, fuck it. Let's just go with lightning, because that's my flavor of the moment.
Yep. Alright. It is
And
not looking happy.
I am going to... can't really do anything. I'm going to move around closer to Kaz, just in case.
Move around this way. Did you want to get up close
Yeah.
and it's
Yes,
within 5 feet of it? Okay.
yes.
Okay. So we're
And
doing that right there. Alright. So yeah, it doesn't like that. It doesn't like that at all. It wants to sink back into the dirt. And I think it's going to use a legendary action to do that. It hasn't swallowed Kaz yet, but it's going to move 20 feet underneath the ground to try and get away. There is a hole where it digs.
Okay.
So it is not so moving where the earth is undisturbed. It is leaving tunnels.
And
Do
you
I
can
get
still
a
see
chance
me.
to
'cause
hit
it's
it?
still-
What's that?
As it tries, do I get a chance to hit it as it tries to leave?
As it tries to leave, it still hasn't left your threat range.
Okay.
Because you could still see its head above. So I'm allowing the whole of its space to be, threat.
Got you.
So it's not moved out of your range yet. It would have to move
Okay.
another 10 or 20
Okay.
to really be out of your range.
I understand. I understand.
Next up, we got Kinwin. You can't really see its head poking out, but if you moved, you probably could.
You know it's there because you can see Cars like still there, like trying to keep its jaws open.
Try to move within 30 feet of it or outside of it.
You can probably get right here and have sight of it. Because right now it
Can
would
I
be like
tell
20
what
feet
kind
south
of
of the
a
ground.
Can I tell what kind of a monster it is? Like, is it an undead, construct, plant, or rock monster?
None of those, no. You would know that for sure.
Alright, I'm going to cast Blight on it with a Constitution 16 save.
Constitution save, okay. That is... That's a shitty con save. That is 7. That's a 2 on the dice and a 5 for a modifier. I am rolling poorly today.
32
Alright.
damage to it.
Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Light is a tanky spell.
That stings. That stings. Alright.
Necrotic damage, if that matters.
No, not in this particular case, but it does hurt. It's like what you see Kaz and what you see Kinwin is that it looks like it's aging. Like like it's just shriveling beneath you a little bit, especially around the face area. That Kinwin can see. Basically, just points at it, says some words for spellcasting, and you just see that this thing just looks like it ages. After Kinwin, are you doing any other bonus action or moving?
Nope. But Maltad is the spell word for blight for me.
Alright, perfect. Which does bring us to Alira. Alira, you're pretty close. You can see its face.
So nice we can do it twice. So we're gonna do Blight.
Alright.
Second verse. Save is the first.
Yep.
So another con save.
Another con
The
save.
difficulty is 16.
Ooh, that one's a natural 20.
Oh,
Told you.
that's just rough.
That's just mean.
Orange Jesus, what the fuck?
Does it take
Coffee.
half though? Because take half is still
It
a
does.
thing.
It does take half.
And is it more than 5 dice?
It's
It's 8d8.
88, you kill it. How do you want to do this? As even if you
Yeah,
rolled min damage, you'd kill it.
That's good because I only ended up. Actually, no, I don't think I did. Coffee. It only takes 6 damage.
It had 5.
Okay, because at 8, I was rolling ones almost across the freaking board.
Ah.
Like I told you,
Like,
if it had 5 dice or more,
And
you
then
min
it
damaged it.
and then it halves, so it only takes 6. So it does go, but I want you to understand it got saved, and I got like the lowest damage roll you possibly get on the dice.
Oh no! Well, how does this look when Alira casts a blight? It's almost as if you
think-
and Kinwin are twinning the spell in a way.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what's happening. As the Ramirez is trying to eat Kaz, and as it's starting to wither and age, its skin starts to split in certain areas. You end up seeing like spores start to pour out of it, as it feels like whatever it loses, it's starting to gain in fungal rot before the body starts to give way, and as through sheer force trying to hold these jaws open suddenly feels a bit of give, as almost like somebody's opening up a bag of crisps. It just tears down the middle along the jaw, all down the length of its body till it meets the ground. Its lower half and upper half segmented until this thing lands horribly. It's spiraling almost like a two-headed snake at that point, as the innards start to showcase almost this wild overgrowth and black mold that has now overtaken the creature. It starts to smell and fester. Kaz is standing there on the bottom portion of its jaw, its upper portion somewhere like 10 feet away, kind of looking about like...
He's like 20
What
feet
just
into
happened?
the hole now. There's like this 20-foot hole underneath him, and now he's just like at the bottom of it, having slid down the innards, making a soft landing. So there is no hard landing that you have to make a save for.
There wouldn't be anyway. I have slow fall.
So you kind of slow fall
Stop
down the
taking
side
this
of
from
thing.
me, Gavin. Stop taking this from me.
And you are surrounded by Remoraz innards that have wilted and rotted. And now you need to climb up 20 feet from a burrow.
That's not hard.
That's not hard.
No. But while I'm down here, given that this thing is a large creature,
It's a huge creature, actually.
a huge creature, it's there like a really nice like patch of skin that isn't completely and totally wilted?
Nah.
The whole
Hopefully
thing's
that-
kind of gone. Yeah. And the longer
Damn
the longer you're looking at it, the more it's just kind of getting eaten by this fungus very quickly.
Damn, I was gonna harvest some of that. Such as it, such as it is. It's 20 feet, and given that I have a base movement speed of 90, you don't even see him run up the wall. You just see him walk up the wall, and like out of the burrow, like leaning back. He's like this, and you just see him walk out.
Physics would probably have something to say about that, but you know, he's being cool.
Physics? I'm a monk. What physics? I don't.
The way I'm thinking of it is like, you ever see those videos of people who get out of huge ditches just by like spinning using
centrifugal force. Running,
yeah,
I'm running towards the wall. Yeah, no, he literally just literally walks up the wall.
You do have to have momentum to do that, I guess.
There's no running start. It's just
Yeah,
I can
Whatever.
run up vertical steps.
It's some crouching tiger hidden bullshit.
yeah, exactly.
You see, clerics worship the divine through prayer and mantra. Monks become the divine through emulation.
All right.
But Kaz is currently covered in rotting Ramirez guts, which he just kind of shakes off.
Yep.
If I didn't know any better, I would say that the universe is to get me. This is the second time in as many days I've been covered in the guts of something that's been rotting.
As you're saying that, you see Alira's taking like a chunk of this thing and like weaving it in between the hair armor that she has. Kind of looks up at you like as if you said something profound. Has no idea what you just said.
Yeah, because by now tongues is completely worn off.
Yeah, and I didn't say it in Elvish.
No sense of irony whatsoever.
Kaz is just like, I cannot be mad at you.
Well, Lucky Sevens, what are you up to next?
Arya is gonna float down to Kinwin. And just see the bump that's like on his head from a rock hitting him earlier. Just licks her thumb and rubs off the blood using healing hands. That's 8 HP. He gets back.
Well, thank you.
I'm so sorry. I'm really not used to the caves anymore. I wasn't in the first place. I really don't like it here.
Yeah, I figured that's cool and all. I'm just gonna sit down a minute. And you see cars go from this to this.
At that
With
exact
Lagarde?
moment. Oh, go ahead.
Are there dark elves in this world?
Hi.
Drought, yeah.
Yep, drought.
And do they normally live underground? Like in caves?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's usually my drow cousins that prefer the caves. I much prefer the forests up above.
Yes, well. Lyra is quite adept down here. I tend to be much higher in altitude.
I figure as soon as you say that when your arms do this as though to flourish, you can see just past at this point, Alira has observed you do this, so is currently walking up to Kaz, licks. No idea you used heal hands, trying to wipe something off of it. Like, is this how it's done?
So, with Lagan being this close, he's going to cast a 3rd level Cure Wounds on Kaz, and you are going to get back 28 HP.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic.
Oh no, you have no idea how much I needed that.
Yes, I do.
I'm pretty close. Real close to getting bopped there. Since you
I started
questioned whether
with
you wanted to do flurry of blows.
I started with 84. I ended with 9.
Yes. I was counting. I didn't know what your total was, but I knew you were pretty close. I was trying to get close enough that I could do Healing Word.
Yep. Well, you do know that the walls around you are a little shaky still. You do know that the burrows around here do lead somewhere. You're fairly certain that if you continue, forward in the direction where the Remoras came from, that you would eventually move to get to a place where you could exit the tunnel system. You just know that these tunnels, since there are quite a number of them, and this particular chamber is pretty shaky, that resting here might not be a great idea.
We need to leave.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going to set off those rocks coming down on your head.
I don't want to be a rocks fall, everyone dies.
No, I don't want to do that to you, so please don't stay in this room.
I wasn't planning on it.
Defy the DM. Stay in the room. No, we're out of here.
Would anyone
What?
like to loot on the monster?
What
Oh,
was that,
yeah.
anyone?
Did anyone look for loot on the monster?
None.
None. It all decayed.
I was the
The-
only one who was down there in the hole with it. It's just it's rotting viscera
It's
in
a
a
running
hole
viscera
now.
now. Yeah, there's
Yeah,
And that's
barely
it.
anything left.
'Cause, yeah, 'cause
Arya's
I
just
want
gonna.
Which kind of
I want to
actually
have it
makes
to skin.
Alira maybe a little bit sad, because she knows how much these things could potentially, as far as meat wise, could have been used for food. But you've gone and spoiled the whole thing before you could even eat it.
Look, it was it. I wanted to eat it. I did, truly. It is in fact where the Remora is, where my people have learned their culinary delicacies. But suddenly that explains so much right now.
How
wouldn't
discerning
know.
of you.
However, I will make a caveat to that. Some of the very warm sort of spikes are still intact, so if you want to loot those, you can have them. They've kind of dulled to a more like a hand warmer sort of temperature, but they're still very warm for the time being.
Yeah, that'll do.
I'll put a few of those on.
Monster the spice.
Go ahead.
You can each have a couple Remoras spikes if you want. Given how hot these things get, you get the distinct sense
Okay.
that these tunnels are half melted and half dug. It's very hot when they're alive, but after a time, it does kind of become more easily holdable and does maintain its heat for some time afterwards. So there you are. There you have it. You
Well,
have some
if
hot
that's the
spikes.
case, I'm going to continue on.
Agreed.
Remora spikes sound good.
They would kind of be treated like hand warmer stones sort of thing, except they're a
Okay.
little bit bigger than that. But
Yeah.
as far as what you could use them for, you can use them to maintain warmth. All right. Well, what next, Lucky Sevens?
I gotta get out of this room and keep going.
Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, just moving on and
And let's find a way out.
I will end up taking Kaz's spot in the lineup.
yeah, please.
I will be right there with Alira.
Okay, Alira and just rearranging this.
Vanya's gonna stick with
order.
Arya.
Okay.
Da
So
da
Vanya
da da
and
da.
Arya,
Mm-hmm.
and then Kinwin and Kaz.
Yep.
So if you're going through like some 10-foot tunnels, which are a lot of what most of these are, 10-foot wide in a circle, you can definitely walk side by side. It kind of, wears on your feet a little bit to be walking at such an angle, but you can walk side by side if you like. But are you continuing at a regular pace or at a stealthy pace? Do you feel sufficiently safe?
Never.
No. But I'm not. I don't think stealthing right now is
Gonna help.
kind of important.
You made a lot of noise in the last battle, and nothing else can.
I get the weird indication we killed the biggest predator in the local area, so we can assume that for the next 18-ish hours, this place is basically empty, aside from prey species, and we can safely just continue our travel.
Well,
I'm
because
assuming
from
there's
what
another
Alira
one somewhere around here.
Yeah, from what Alira
From what
figured out,
Coffee
there's
said?
another one.
But I don't know how close it is. So yeah, Lagan is trying to be bait in case it wants to come and try and eat somebody else.
Okay. But the truer question that I was asking was, are you stealthing or are you not?
No.
No.
Nope. Just
Doesn't seem like it.
It's purposefully walking at your regular pace. Okay.
Mhm.
Probably at a quickened pace, even.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. If you want to do it at a quick pace, that's perfectly fine too.
We want to get out of here. But Kaz is keeping his ears open.
Yeah, so is Vanya.
Okay.
Lagan's always eyes, ears, however he can sense things.
High or low? Kaz.
With how you've been rolling today, there's no bet either way.
You call it, you get what you want. There's no other Remoraz.
I mean, technically speaking, I kind of want to gut one. Using wear its skin like a
You
coat.
as a player, you as Kaz though.
No, Kaz wants to do that because he knows that they're, one thing he knows after punching them is that they're very hot, so they're probably also immune to, like, fire and can keep you warm. And he doesn't have warm clothing, so he actually wants to make a coat out of them.
Well, that's the reason that I gave you the thing, the spikes.
Ah, okay.
Is they will sufficiently be able to warm your clothes if you put them in your clothes.
Yeah, and Kaz is gonna do.
Just to give you that before you
Hi.
make an actual decision. Okay.
Hi.
High it is. You are not bombarded by another Remoraz. In fact, you make pretty good pace. As you climb higher and higher, it gets colder and colder. You're seeing less of the lava flows. You're seeing more ice. It's becoming harder to travel on the ice, even. That even with Vanya's expertise in a lot of different terrains, the ice will slow you down just a little bit. The tunnels are slippery and they're getting colder. Thankfully, you have warm clothes or these spikes from the Remoraz to help you, take the edge off when it comes to the cold, because it is starting to freeze now. Water.
Does anyone besides me have crampons?
Have what?
Crampons. They're basically cleats that you use specifically for climbing, and they're used in ice and rock climbing to help maintain and gain purchase. You tie them to your shoes.
I would imagine that Lagon would have brought that up in purchasing warm clothing previously, and given that he's a mountain dweller, he would have brought that up. The
Right.
only two that would not have them would be Kaz and Alira, and you're keeping your slower
Okay.
pace because they can't keep up.
Right. But we still have a rope, so in case we need to, we can tie everybody together so we don't lose anyone,
Yeah, so you can stay together.
including Zephyr.
That's all part of your climbing gear. If
Okay.
Can I have Featherfall ready so that if anyone trips on the ice, I can watch them fall in slow motion?
if you want to spend the spell slot to watch them in slow motion, you're more than welcome to.
They won't hit their head as hard. They'll be able to catch themselves, but like
No, yeah. But if you want to spend the spell slot, that's up to you. I'm not gonna make you one way or the other. But
I would.
Wow.
Someone trips. Arya has fun watching them fall, and you get
Most
back
likely Kenwin.
up. No.
Mean to him. Mean to Kidwin. He doesn't
I'm
deserve
not
this.
mean, I just said it's most likely. Not that it's guaranteed.
Which is
You're
a fair
not wrong.
assessment.
But
Takes no falling damage and they land on their feet. But you know what? It's funny watching them do the cat thing where they just
Does a full somersault and lands on his feet in slow motion.
God damn it.
I think I'm being considerate.
You're menace. You're a menace. But thankfully, after a bit of time, you find a space that you would be able to get the long or short rest that you're looking for. What are you planning to do? Are you planning a short rest or a long rest?
If we're gonna do a long rest, I'm gonna cast my 4th level spell.
It's up to you guys to decide. I'm not forcing you to do one or the other.
I say, considering how injured Kaz is, maybe a long rest is necessary.
Long rest, I'll take first watch.
Okay.
Alright. Before I lay down or anything, I am going to cast Spiritual Guardian.
Spiritual Guardian. All right.
Because
We are
I
taking-
need rest. There's a giant spectral what is that?
Sort of being.
It essentially looks like me as Lagon, only much taller and bigger. That stands there with you and protects this area.
It's kind of like a hammer and
So-
shield sort of look.
Yeah.
So, Alira for her watch is going to wild shape
Mm.
into a giant spider.
Ooh. Juicy.
Yeah.
And as they patrol, they are going to end up making a. They're going to end up making a
Alright.
web around the encampment along it, and I'm going to be, while keeping an eye out, also be using web sense, which, since everything's attached to the walls around here, it also indirectly can be considered tremor sense.
Mm.
I apologize. I misspoke. Not Spiritual Guardian. Guardian of Faith.
Guardian of Faith. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. All right. Well.
It lasts for 8 hours,
Mhm.
and in it until the spell ends, or it drops to 0 hit points.
Yep. All right. Spirit Guardian it is. or Guardian of Faith rather, is standing
Yeah.
watch with Alira, transformed into a spider, having spun some webs to surround the space in which you are occupying. And
Arya is also going to give Alira another guidance for any perception checks.
guidance only lasts for a
Going to
minute.
pet the giant.
Really?
Going to pet the giant spider.
Dang.
Guidance does not last. Guidance and bardic inspiration only last 1 minute.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So, well, the thought
Oh,
is
okay, well,
the thought
Bardic
is
Inspiration lasts 10 minutes, but
yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
if anyone else needs healing before we go to sleep, I can cast Prayer of Healing that takes 10 minutes. That while Alira is setting up her webs, that I can be casting this.
If you want to spend the spell slot to heal before getting a long rest, that's fine.
All right.
But you're getting a long rest, so it's kind of almost pointless.
Right.
But
Or
that
Portland,
doesn't
that would
stop.
have been done at or sorry.
Well, I was going to say that doesn't stop Lagon from actually just doing the prayer and allowing the
Yeah.
others to watch the what he's doing, which
Okay.
might interest some of the ones that you haven't interacted with prior to this. So, with,
Okay. Yeah. That works.
it's up to you what you want to do with that.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do the Prayer of Healing.
Which Kaz and Alira you can react to as you would like.
Yeah, I'm
I
gonna
am
accept
still
the
not
healing.
sure what it is I'm seeing.
Kind of
Okay.
describe what your prayer of healing looks like,
So when
or sounds like, even too.
it's all in Jotun, so Kaz would understand. Let's see, 30-foot range.
Yep. So everybody can get in if they wanted to
It,
in this space.
he's chanting a prayer to the Wild Mother in Jotun of good health and healing for all of you. This takes care of 6 people that would potentially need it. And again, like I said, it takes him 10 minutes to cast it. So he's sitting there in the center of wherever we've camped, where he can get everybody that might potentially need it
Mm-hmm.
covered. And that is going to be 28 HP back
Okay.
to whoever needs it. And that's up to 6 people. And I didn't take any damage because you said the rocks and stuff was hit or miss. And
Yeah.
if we saved, there was so.
Yep. Everybody got their hit points, and what caused you would understand the prayer words itself to be of a blessing of healing. Alira, you would see that Lagon basically is just holding on to the holy symbol on his neck, and with his eyes closed, and much as anyone possibly might think of a prayer, you don't understand the words, but you kind of maybe understand the gestures a little bit. That it's
She's very much in awe of what she's saying. So much so, she accidentally speaks a little bit of abyssal in shock. And while it might sound guttural and horrific to the rare few who understand abyssal, since it's not a perfect translation to common, the best way I can describe the concept or the sentiment that's said in this abyssal language, this horrific language of far-off realms. I like your words, funny words, Magic Man.
Fantastic. Well, with the long rest being had in a safe sort of pocket in the tunnels, kind of found yourself another chamber that looks pretty well supported. It's kind of cold, so you set up some ways to keep warm. Because sleeping on the cold rock probably will cause some health problems maybe in the future if you do get closer to the surface. That keeping warm is more and more paramount the closer you get to the surface, and hopefully that's soon. But I think that's going to be a good place for us to call the session for the night, as you all go to rest to tackle more travel in the icy cold tunnels of the Moonstone Mountains on your way to the Obsidian Peak. Well, thank you guys so much for playing.
Thank you for playing.
I'm glad to know Kaz didn't get eaten within like the third session.
Wow.
I'm not
That was
gonna lie. I feel bad for Kinwin at this point. Like, I've heard the memes, but to actually be here playing with you guys, and just like, the guy's not even near the remorse, knocks the hell out. What is going on?
Kinwin is the true glass cannon. You give the man the opportunity to dish out the damage, he brings it every single time. But the moment he is touched, he just...
The guy does like 20 times the amount I do with the same spell of the same level with the same modifiers. No problem. Somebody may have lobbed a cotton ball in his general direction. We're down.
The way that I picture Kinwin's appearance a little bit is he's slightly chunky, he's not very flexible, he's not very fast, he's just an average guy, except for the fact that he is brilliant with nature. But you put him on ice. You put him trying to walk across a bridge. He's a little left-footed. He's a little two left feet.
See, when I ended up building a Lyra for this, because most people tell me, like, if you're gonna do a druid, make it sure that it's wisdom and constitution are your two. I said, screw that. I'm playing a draw. I'm playing an elf, and I'm gonna leverage this. So I'm gonna end up making it so that my second best status hit dexterity, and then we'll end up using constitution because, well, I'm at penalty for almost everything else. And I cannot, like, I'm thinking, what's going on with the amount of health? Like, what is the constitution of the Kinwin?
Wow.
Yeah.
It's pretty average. But...
The thing is give him the chance to attack, and he does amazing. Make him make a saving throw, and we've lost him for the fight.
Yep.
Well, because he's at a -1 for strength and dexterity at a base modifier. I mean, this guy can't. He's 2 left feet and he's not very strong.
He's been possessed twice.
Mental.
3 times.
3 times?
3 times.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
I love
And
that.
I think that adds a cumulative thing, so that every time he comes in contact with that, it's just more prone to happen for him, because it's already happened so many times.
And I appreciate you, Woden, because you are absolutely just willing to roll with it.
We love you.
Yeah,
It's fun.
Dude, you are like, well, I've watched your string of bad luck. You are a champ for pushing for holding that out. I know more veteran players who would have given up on the character by now. Like straight up, that needs to be commended.
I think
Yeah.
Love you, bro.
I
I've
love.
only died once.
You died once. It's the one character death.
Yeah, but that's what I mean though. Like I think that's not like your dedication to the character, despite the hardships, despite the fact that the dice. I think we found someone, Derek, who has worse luck than you with dice.
This character is literally 24 years old. I made him for originally in 1999 for the release of EverQuest,
Love it.
MMORPG.
And I'm glad that you have brought him to
Yes.
Rebirth, because he's been a joy. He just enjoys being, the guy that enjoys being around people. But you put him in some difficult terrain situations, this guy's falling on his face. And I'm sad about it, but you roll with it, and you're very, very good-hearted about it, and I appreciate that a lot. That's wonderful to see. And I
Some of
love
our best scenes have come from Kinlan just failing.
and I love how much you go out for the cosplay of the character too. So
Yes.
that's fantastic. Love it. Love to see it. And
You
so,
show up every week
Yeah, I
and you
already got one cosplay for MegaCon, and I'm thinking about getting another one.
yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. All your cosplay pics, post them in the Discord, because that's a good place for you to show off, your works in progress when it comes to your cosplays. And but
Nerds.
you're a nerd. You're a big old nerd, kid. We're all big old fucking nerds. Love it. Love to see it. Well, now that we've concluded the session properly, with some jabbing at some people for their ridiculousness, and we love it. Let's talk about some experience. So,
How would you like to
everybody-
do the poll?
how do we
Since
want to
we
do the poll,
are-
since we are
yeah.
a 6-player cast now?
And we are all here tonight.
Yeah. So, what we would ask is if somebody wants to bow out of the audience favorite. In order
I'll
to-
bow out.
Okay.
Sure? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll get that up then.
All right.
Yeah, I don't mind at all.
Okay. Fair enough. We'll probably find a better system for doing that in the future, but for now, I'd just take voluntary bow outs for that. But the rest of the roleplay prompts and everything, the rest of that experience is up for grabs. So everybody gets their 5 for showing up today, and I had a full table. Thank you all so much for showing up. You guys are great. For the progress that you made today based on everything, I think I'm going to award you all another 3 for having gotten through a Remoraz. And then we
So
go...
that is a total of 8 right now.
Yep, total 8.
Yeah.
And then we move on to roleplay prompts, which you all vote on each other for. So, it's similar to how we do things in Vampire, where we pick who had the best, who had pushed the plot, who had the best scene, and who had the best line from tonight. And then, of course, there's the audience favorite, which already has the poll up. So, who pushed our plot the furthest today? Who was active and proactive today?
Hmm.
I want to give
Go
it to
ahead.
Kaz.
That's
I feel
actually
like-
really funny. That's actually really funny because I was going to give it to Arya.
Oh,
Oh, let's hear some justifications, people.
You have the floor.
in my opinion, Kaz was the one who kind of led the marching order, led the combats, and ultimately was kind of at the center of it. And majority of what we were doing was just trying to make sure that this guy didn't get eaten.
Didn't
But he
explode.
also had, yeah, but he also had pretty decent ideas when it came to the combat itself, which, let's be honest, it was the majority of the session. I also really enjoyed a lot of the roleplay that lethality you happen to do. Mostly just learning more that causes just like he's there, he's involved, he's going to be involved.
He is a dude that is built different. That's it. There's no hoity-toity charisma. He's not all that smart. He's just insightful. He's instinctual, and he's just built different.
Just a handful of grubs. I did enjoy that quite a bit.
I was gonna say Arya because even though Carl's was like, we'll kind of initiate the combat in this way. You changed the battlefield.
Boom.
Quite literally.
Quite literally.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but there's this entire thing there too of how do I put it? I don't know if you managed to go back and watch last session, but it's very clear that that Kaz and Arya are becoming somewhat of a synergistic duo.
It's it's a little dangerous.
It is a little dangerous.
I'm just happy he was able to dodge that thunderclap. It's great.
I have a +9 in the save, and I had advantage
And evasion. So he doesn't take no damage.
It was a cool
Instead, he
scene.
channels it into the thing, and the thing just fails like miserably. But also icicles
deserves
fall.
to fail. Yeah, but also gets melted. see. Here's the thing. You think good rolls might save you? Not from that, it won't. Not from that.
Anybody else have any contenders for push and plot?
I'll give it to Kaz.
I'll give it to Gaz.
I'll give it to Kaz.
All right, that's majority then.
That's majority. I'll take it. Thank you.
All right. Well, who had the best scene from today, or part of a scene?
Alright, I'm going to give it to Arya for one of two scenes. One, fucking breakfast scene. Her reaction to that entire thing.
It was a good sell.
Second one, that fucking Thunderball.
It's so good.
Hard agree on both fronts. My vote goes to Arya.
For the breakfast scene, my only contention with that is Alira. Because it doesn't sell without going into like deep depth about how gross it is.
I give it to Alira for the breakfast scene.
Okay, it's 2 Alira and 2 for Arya. I guess, Woden, you're a deciding factor here. A deciding factor, yeah.
I'm going Galera here.
Alira? Okay, Alira it is.
Alira!
I got a bonus experience.
Yay! I do want to make an honorable mention, though, because of the way that the dice rolled and Kidwin was just kind of rolling with it, is that he has a texture issue with bugs and grubs.
Yeah, the way that was played off, he's just like, no, can't do it. No.
Nope, he tried. He
And
was like,
Kinlan gets the audience vote.
Ooh, and who gets the audience vote?
Kinlan.
Kinwin! Got the audience vote. Hell yeah. Yo! So Alira...
I got some character sheets and a revulsion of insects.
Eating them specifically, for sure. I'm glad that you take these prompts that we give you and just kind of roll with it. I love it. You're great, Woden. And this being your first game, you're just like, man, throw it all at me. Let's go.
Fantastic roleplay all the time.
Always. And so Alira got the best scene. Who had our best line?
I want to nominate Arya for that, especially in the middle of battle. Hey, is breakfast coming back to you too?
Kaz, you okay over there?
Kaz looks like he's projectile
Hold-
vomiting.
Yeah, you holding breakfast down okay? After he
I'll
just
give that to
vomits
Arya.
acid.
Love
I
it.
was going to also mention it. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that's going to
Kaz
Arya.
goes,
Straight
bleh.
up.
Arya goes, are you okay?
And he's just like, that's not.
You can't. She doesn't know. You can't blame her. She's seen it a few times, but every time she's like,
And every time it comes out of his mouth, it's different. So
that's another
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
you can't pin it down. It's always different with him. But we have I guess is that 2 votes on Arya then?
3.
3. Okay. I think that's majority then. Oh, pardon me.
I'll take it.
So
Yay!
there you go.
All right. Well, there you have it. All of our experience dished out, and so
Yay!
so yeah, we do things very arbitrarily because I don't like giving out thousands of experience only to have to add up more and more numbers all the time. So fuck that shit. Make it easy. So,
Why you make me do the math thing?
if it's gonna be arbitrary, it's gonna be a rule that I make. So there you go. And I think it's been pretty well balanced so far. That even in early D&D, that progression through levels is pretty quick. But once you get to level 10 and beyond, it starts to get exponentially harder.
You would
Yeah.
think you would think so, but not necessarily.
I just don't like
the-
numbers in the thousands. So
The way, like, because it's all based off of like challenge rating, right, as to how much
Yeah.
experience you would get in a particular encounter. You zoom up to level 5. You grind from level 5 to about level 10.
mhm.
That's the grind, and then from level 10 onwards, you basically just because the amount you goes up exponentially, but the sorts of encounters that you're having and the amount of XP those encounters are worth are actually worth more as a percentage of how much XP you need. Each
Right.
encounter is worth more, relatively speaking, compared to the last tier.
Yeah, but also my system allows for roleplay heavy sessions to still come away with some XP. So
Without you having to figure out, okay,
yeah,
what sort
numbers
of
in the
rating am I?
thousands, in the hundred. Like,
Well,
fuck all that.
What sort of rating am I going to give this social encounter, and how do I encourage roleplay outside of just I'm going to give inspiration?
Yeah. So
Things of that nature.
I like doing that way because it means it encourages both roleplay heavy sessions and combat heavy sessions, a mix of both, where both are equally as valuable in the grand scheme of things. And so that's why I do it the way I do. And I hate looking at numbers in the thousands, so I don't like looking at them. I don't want them. Hundreds is fine.
It's why most DMs use milestones.
Yeah, this is kind of a pseudo milestone, but not.
Yeah.
It works.
It works. It does what I want it to do, and I think it's pretty well balanced for what I want it to do. So that was really really kind of the determining factor in keeping it this way, is that the progression that we've had with you all, and the way that it still feels like a D&D progression, that's why I think it works. But
Yeah, I mean,
if you have feedback, we could always talk about it. But
no, I don't have any particular feedback regarding that.
And I like
I would
rewarding
say-
those who have dedicated some really heavy inspiration into their characters and stuff like that. That's why why the roleplay prompts are a good fit in there too. So
I'd say the only thing to keep an eye on is once you get into the higher echelon where we are, so like the next tier and the tier after that, 10 to 15, 15 to 20. When because if you're giving out at a max like 10 XP a session, you're there like 10 XP a session, not including RP prompts because that's voted on, right? But if you're giving out a guaranteed max 10 XP a session, you end up getting to like 15 sessions where not a lot changes. And if those sessions are anywhere near as packed as these ones are, things will become very, very difficult very, very quickly because we won't be gaining resources fast as we need them to deal with threats.
No, yeah, like dealing with an enemy, gaining allies, progression through dungeons, things like that. Those all factor in to what I end up giving out for what I as the DM am giving out. Like, you're getting 5 for showing up. That's automatic. Getting, between 1 and 10 based on what goes on in the session. That's obviously going to change from time to time.
Yeah, but so. I actually managed to. I've actually made out like a bandit because in 3 sessions I'm almost 40% to level 10.
Hey, Lamau.
I've got like 38 XP.
Nice. Well, I think we should go find someone to go and raid because it is getting late. But
Maddie's gonna have that $100 giveaway.
Ooh, Maddie's got some stuff going on, and if anybody else wants to guide the raid in some other way, then we can definitely do that too. You can spend channel points to guide the raid. Otherwise, I think we will go and.
Nope, we're going to Maddie.
We're going to Maddie.
I've locked it in. We're going to Maddie.
Lethality is spoken. Well. Anyway, but thank you guys so much for watching, and if you are watching on YouTube, please give us a follow over here on Twitch, and thank you so much to all of the raiders who came in with who was it? I don't have it listed here.
Ronan Quincy.
Ronan Quincy's jumped on a raid and gave us a raid today. Thank you guys so much for coming in. Yeah, so until next time, everybody, say goodnight.
Night.
No.
Good night.
I want out of these fucking tunnels!
Agreed.